Pulse, how's it going? That actually reminds me, I need to turn off that bot. Bop. Yeah, going really well. How are you doing yourself? I bought this one. Commands closed. Polls. Close poll. We've got quotes. Tires. Do that. Cool. Oh, nice. Probably just let me die quite embarrassingly. These guys I find give you really like good amount of runes for each of them. They're not really that hard to kill, but they can get you because they do a lot of damage. I'm just kind of wasting my time with them. Oh shit, it's Glowy Island. I changed it. I want to kill Glowy Island. I don't know what it means, but I'm gonna do it. Jesus, I've been playing this a lot. Oh, as you bring them back. Ah, there's some zombies in there. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's a bit of distraction. So what kind of build did you end up going? So, typically, scavenger. And just an L10, just like little samurai magic build, as in intel magic. So there'll be Dex and int. I don't know what that is. Moonveil. Oh, no, it's not that. The wing scythe is something I'm going to try and use, I think. It's working on faith build myself. So some pretty weird ass weapons, so it's okay. Yeah, I was kind of looking at the arcane, but I've never liked playing arcane in Souls. Like, I'm using it kind of arcane light, I guess, by going to faith and throwing fireballs around. But it's not typically how I enjoy playing the game. So I've gone strength faith. So two-handed swords and shit like that. Yeah, I thought that might happen. I fight you guys, I just want to run around and pick up the shit. Them goodies. Yeah, I think arcane gives you like drop chance. Faith gives you like special defenses. So like defenses against defenses against, what do you call it? Elemental damages. Oh, I assume there's something interesting. I would ever go look at it because I've got enough souls to not souls, runes. Runes, souls, runes. To upgrade. Where am I? Yeah, weirdly enough, like the arcane, if you want to go for like a rogue build, arcane's good for it. There's quite a few of the spells. Oh, that's big crab. I don't want to fight anything right now, I just want to go to a bonfire. How many hours do you have in the game? So far. This game, oh shit. How many hours have you been playing for? There we go, that's what we're after. Seems like you level up pretty fast then. I'm only at level 37, but I haven't really doing like any farming or anything. I think that's gonna unlock a new spell for me. Or a weapon. Something happens at 24, I'm sure of it. Like 28, 27. I'm too stupid to use those. Still using my junk armor. I haven't used any Ashes of War either. Okay. Still, 30 seems like too short. I think I've been playing this at least 30. Did you just grind out souls? Or just play faster than I do? Did you just plot around? Ah, that's it. So I can use the wing scythe once I have a better dex. The balls look like enemies. Oh shit. Oh, that was unpleasant. I've picked up so many smithing stones, and yet I basically never use them. Which isn't very good. It's one of the main ways you get stronger. Oh, hello mate. Piggies! Some piggies. So hi goodies. Give me your goodies. Where are your goodies? I did more than I expected. Big octopus. Could kill, but don't really see the point of doing so. This reminds me of Dark Souls 2. We have to go around like the flames. Okay. It was kind of like just this random elevator. Guess the basic enemies aren't too intense. So far at least. What's it? Melty mushrooms. Pretty cool looking place. Launched to the Dewuma cave in Skyrim. Ah, so yes, there's no of those plinths over there to light the fire on. That'll open something out, I assume. Being addicted to birds. I wonder actually. You guys are a little poison. That gets unlocked. Shield grease. Oh, ow. I didn't realize they were shooting me. They were just summoning dudes. Look at that bow. Ah. Oh. Lol. I was not behind that rock. Now that was a pretty careless way to die. But hey, look, turns out I missed this one, so... That's a lot over there. Get my souls first. Oh, rude. I think you're shooting from all the way over there. Yep. Big ass tree will be helpful, I'm sure. That's rude. You know that. Really? Holy shit. Leave me alone. Okay. That's a pretty harsh area. Those snipers are assholes. Oh, so the beacon stays lit. So I didn't go back and do each beacon. I guess that's good. Wrong potion. Oh, this is not going well. Long range shooting is brutal. Seeking arrows. This is about the durability of a wet rag. So I declare the little ads before I really move around here. There you are. A teeny tiny tree was saving me. There's other things to light. Oh, really? That was frustrating. Is there power up from killing me or something? How was these guys here? Huh? Oh, the lock on wasn't on. Oh, the hell Oh, I just lost all my souls. Ah, well. you're full of runes. Oh, when you kill them. Ah, I see. When they kill you, they get full of runes. Third one I've lit. Oh, well that's useful. Oh wow. So it's still not a gate. What if it's do? Dead boys, maybe. Oh, fucking hell. Ah. Little rats. Oh, it's getting so mad. I want that 25 face, so let's go for inventory. Only selected. Should be 2,000, 3,000. Oh, it takes so long to get up these levels. Clarifying horn chime. Yeah. Hayward. Oh, I've been here. really done everything I need to do elsewhere though. Little bastard. I need to go to the start. I should actually look at that massive building on the right when I came in. To go to
should you spy a mariner among their number, unless you wish to lay down your life in vain. Those who live in death show you all.
Pleasure to see you, thank goodness. I'm still looking for my It's not easy, mate.
How do you upgrade your spirits? I have not seen any way to do it.
Well, may the Golden Order. Now, those are the challenger who's felled his mark. Find him well. Look at her boy here. She's crestfallen and can scarcely swing a blade. But she has a gift for spirit tuning. I saw another one like her long ago. Their eyes share the same hue.
Oh, let's put away some materials.
There's a gentle soul underneath it all. If I do have I suppose I'll ask my...
Nice.
If I do have a talent...
That's what I want.
Those who live in Baltimore.
Yeah, jump booms, I'll make some lunch. Yeah, here's again. Long time no see, Dogwood. Just seeing how long magic fortification works for. It's worth keeping. How's things anyway? Seems to have gone for quite a long time. Nice, nice. Yeah, going good. Having a day off. It's been pretty full on at work and all, so just taking a wee break. Went up for a friend's wedding. That was really good fun. So yeah, just J chilling today, and then back to the grind tomorrow on. Really. I'm gonna let myself get hit by that. Oh, nice. Jackbox is a great game for like community playing. I used to run some games at work while we had our like COVID lockdowns. People seem to like it. Yeah, super good. I like the drawing style ones in particular. Which one did you play? What was your favorite game out of them? I'm not sure if I'll know them all because I haven't played the recent ones, but some of them are pretty classic. Just heard back from my partner who's a teacher. She's probably got like 25 or so kids in her class. Only 11 today because it's the first time we've had our like COVID waves. So yeah, like it's been like 2 weeks of community spread here, and it's already been seen to that level. Oh yeah, Quiplash is the best. That's my favorite one, I think. Second, that would have to be TKO, because just the design t-shirts, you can do some people with some pretty wacky ass ideas and funny combinations. Oh yep, TKO, yeah, TKO is great. There's one pack that's only really got one good game. It's like the City Planet one. That's always good fun. Where you have to like design a thing for a city, like a mural or something. Who's this crabby ass looking dude? Don't know if you're a friend or an enemy. Okay.
You, please, I can read them.
The
Your
fuck?
fingers, please, your fingers. Oh, bless you. Nicholas' favor can be yours. Slaughter, slaughter. The all-hearing slaughtered. But alas, it was for naught. But all you need do is snatch it from the big pot.
Oh, that's the first Soul's creepy,
To the poor
creepy laugh. Yo, you weird. What are you supposed to say? Heh. Jesus.
You, you, Nick.
Okay,
But
it
all
just says
you
the same thing. Grab the thing from the big pot, and then I don't know, show the fingers again. You know, what is this? Ah, yes, praise the crab. That's right. So in equipment, you go have a look at bits of paper, bits of paper, bits of paper. Where are my bits of paper at? That's the one. Simple food. So meeting place. When someone gains key. Okay, so we've got a little swampy thing, and then we've got like a little island next to a larger island. So that's there. That's where I need to go to get my key. So what's new in the Americas these days? Here, it's just all Ukraine news and COVID news. Those are the two newses we have. Nothing good, as far as I know. That's pretty much the gist of it. I just want a shortcut off here. Ah, here we go. That looks like a shortcut. Whee! Whee! It probably won't die from this. No. Seems like it's just a bit of more of attrition over there. But without, you know, anyone else throwing their hat in, I don't think Ukraine has much of a chance of doing anything other than just making it painful. So that's just what they're doing. Not nice stuff. Hello, big boy. I've fought those things before. I hate those things. They're very, like, they're just hyper aggressive. I can kill them, but they're quite hard to kill. Oh, check out that thingy. I don't know what this is all about. Maybe I do need to get my magic fortification back up. Oh, ow. The fuck? Oh, there's multiple of them. Man, they snipe me from ages away. Oh yeah, good. I don't want to be here. It's been ages just trying to run back. Yeah, actually, I might take the opportunity to have a wee break as well. Been playing for a couple of hours. And this is a game that rewards you for not getting tilted.
BBC's Jeremy Bowen has spent the day in nearby Irpin, and there are distressing details and images in his report.
Russian shelling might break Ukraine's will to fight, but not yet. They had to keep moving. Until the last minute, these families had hung on. Leaving your home, even in a war, is a giant step. They're heading towards the capital, still almost untouched, but only about 10 miles away. She was as dignified as a woman striding to the park. In fact, like all of Ukraine and Russia, they are struggling into a dark future. Ukrainian troops were moving back into Irpin, and this is why its people left. Journalists tried to help the casualties. A family, mother, father, and 2 children were killed by another shell. This was inside the town, Russia's target as it tries to revive its offensive. The civilians are getting out over what's left of a bridge that was blown to slow down the Russians if they take Irpin. Civilians are supposed to be protected by the laws of war. Russian shells were very close.
Good luck, huh?
Stopping was not an option. I'm okay, she said. Keep going. A disabled man couldn't make it up the steep riverbank on his own.
There's a fair amount of incoming fire coming into this now. Artillery fire. There are loads of civilians around. Families coming out. There's a lady there with her dog following on. This is the edge of the town that the Russians have got to.
Civilians were in the firing line, but the Russians might have been trying to knock out nearby active Ukrainian artillery. Casualties and evacuees were taken to an assembly point in a suburb about a mile away. They were still in range of Russian guns, but for now, relatively safe. Vladimir, 85, a 30-year veteran of the Soviet army, got his family out. I served for many years, he said. Right now, I tear those fascists into pieces. They're killing people for no reason. That's what's really painful. On the way out, families grabbed their most precious things. Puppies, pets, some comfort.
Tell me what it was like crossing the bridge and getting out.
Oh, it was a miserable feeling. We are nervous. I was terrified. It was the horrible way.
They moved on into the capital. This was a terrible day, but the Russian military is operating on half power. If it can build up full momentum, there will be many days worse than this. Jeremy Bowen, BBC News, Kyiv.
Very own Jordan Duncan there on your left, playing his Stormcast army. First and foremost, I want to thank our premium members who allow us to do great content like this. And if you aren't a premium member and you would like to find out more, there's a join button down below where you can support us. That's kind of our main way that we're going to keep producing content and keep doing and trying new things. I also want to shout out the venue that we had played at, which is Torchlight Games. They allowed us to use one of their stream rooms, so this is what you're seeing right now. And yeah, and as well as to our tournament organizer, Josh Akins, who is a great part of our community and has been organizing tournaments basically for us for quite some time. I am going to talk about the rest of the round 3 pairings. So unfortunately, myself lost to Jordan in a crazy game, 29-28. I will be playing LVO number 2, Mr. Levon Shinava. His brother Yuri is playing Nick, and Matt is playing our very own Ridge. Now, Ridge had to leave the tournament, unfortunately, so it was an automatic loss for him. Ridge, you suck. And with that, I want to also introduce my co-host, who is someone you've never seen or heard before. I want to introduce Mr. Jiwan Noah Singh. Why don't you introduce yourself?
Hey there, Carl. Thank you. Yeah, I'm a new participant. Was asked to get in here. Play competitive Warhammer. I'm part of the Tough Crowd and Team America, and I'm excited to see some good Warhammer here today.
Tough crowd.
Yeah, also the guy who beat out Carl there for Best Orcs at the LVO last year and Best Destruction. So you got kind of the two orc players here talking about some armies that are very different, but it's gonna be great.
Yeah, so we see the players right now. They're deploying. Jordan did win the deployment. They are both 1-drops, and so Jordan chose to drop first, so he has choice of first. I'm gonna talk about Jordan's list, and then I'll pass it over to you so you can talk about Mitch's list. So Jordan is taking the list that he would have taken to LVO if he went. So it is a Hammers of Sigmar army in Signs of the Storm. So it's able to drop down half of its units. He has a Lord Relictor as General with High Priest and Translocation. So he's able to teleport a unit. Very reliable with a Mirror Shield, so you can't target it in shooting, which isn't really relevant right now in this matchup. A Lord Castellant, 2 units of 5 Vindictors, 15 Judicators with bows, 4 Fulminators, which are going to be his very punchy output unit, and 2 Storm Drake Guard, because, you know, dragons are cool. And obviously his Holy Command is Thunderbolt Volley, and all of this is wrapped up in a Battle Regiment. So take us through Mitch's list there.
Yeah, so this is a lot of flies. He has 16 flies. 2 are the Lord of Afflictions. He's got the General is one of those Lord of Afflictions, and he's got a bunch of them in the Rotbringer Cyst. I think it's every single one of them. And then he's got the Overpowering Stench and the Split Horn Helm, which are those artifacts you see often. Those are the avoid a command abilities, and the Split Horn.
I think it's 4 upward.
It's the 4 upward, right? Always. Yeah, it's really good. And he's in Drowned Men. This is a great list. This is a super aggro version of Nurgle list, which is great. And it's also got the Bloodthirsty Triumph, but they tied at 1960 in this, so no triumphs on either of them, which is pretty interesting that low points, both of them are going for that, and neither one getting it.
Yeah. I obviously know what happened in this game, seeing as how I participated in a tournament. But kind of what are your predictions? You know, we already saw Mitch's game plan from previous. Do you think he's gonna go for that alpha, type of move again and try to pin Jordan, or is he gonna be more reserved this match?
I mean, it seems like you could either go all in with this, try to get your mortal starting on everything, try to get just up in the face, tie the opponent down, and hope you survive. I would hope he probably goes for a more conservative, gets some of them up there, gets the contagion points out, and then, just a lot of wounds moving really fast and can just, play around the board as opposed to pushing them all up to the front.
Yeah. This is Feral Foray, so there are 6. No, sorry, not Feral Foray. Which one is it? It's the mission with 6 objectives that you can burn. It's not Feral Foray. It's not Power in Numbers. It's not Power. Is it Power in Numbers? I think it is Power in Numbers, not Power Struggle.
Power Struggle.
Yeah. So there are 6 objectives on the board there. 3 on your zone, 3 on your opponent's zone. And then you have the ability to burn one of your opponent's objectives if you're within 1 inch at the end of a turn, starting from the second battle round. So the interesting thing, though, is Jordan's army is very light on screens. So you see he's packed himself quite heavily. There's Ridge right there. It is Feral Foray, sorry. I always call it Feral Four-Way, like, because I'm an idiot. And that makes me think that there's only 4 objectives, but there's actually 6. So my apologies, it is Feral Foray. Yeah, so here
in
we
Feral
are.
Foray, going all in is you can only burn 1 per turn,
Yep.
as opposed to being able to burn all of them. So the turn 2 YOLO across into the opponent's face does not work quite as well. And that turn 3 deletion is going to be really, really important. So you want to be playing to be able to give it away in this, because you can really change the math for your opponent.
Yeah, for sure. You know, we already have some questions here. Will we hear them eventually? No. We chose to do it where you hear us commentators and not them. So unfortunately, you will not hear them. The second question, and I'll throw this question out to you, Noah, is what is up with Jordan's pants?
What is up with Jordan's pants? I mean, I personally believe that if you think you can pull them off, you can pull them off. I think they're great pants, and I think it's a power move.
A comment on Twitter said that maybe he's trying to air out his knees.
Knee sweat is real.
Yeah, you get very, very sweaty when you play Warhammer. So here's Mitch. He's doing his pre-game moves. His whole army are Pascoa Bloodlords, so he's able to move all of them 8 inches. Now, the interesting timing thing is he does this prior to knowing who goes first. And so Jordan has choice because he was the person who dropped first, and so he has choice after seeing what Mitch does with this pregame move.
What I think is interesting is he's pulling himself right up the front, kind of leaving that open space in the back. And you know, Jordan has a rerollable 1 translocate, which is that's a big gamble in my opinion.
Yep. Yeah, like it's now that you see this kind of placement from the flies. Here's the handshake they're gonna play. So Jordan does give Mitch the first turn. So that's interesting. I don't think Jordan would have been able to affect too much if he did go first. I mean, he, you know, double shooting the adjudicators, he's able to, on average, take out 4 flies, so 2 on the first shot and then 2 on the second shot, perhaps. Or he could leave 1 with 1 wound, and that wouldn't be very good. And then the double, obviously, with the flies hitting the screen, eliminating them, and then on a double can get into the softer units in the back. So I think Jordan did make a good choice here, giving Mitch the first turn.
It's going to be interesting. I wonder... I'm excited to find out if Mitch pushes all those flies up.
Personally, I'm like... If we always talk, me and you are very, very aggressive players. You know, having played Iron Jaws basically for the whole of last year, even I wouldn't have pushed my whole army into Jordan. Maybe I shove a unit or 2 units into each Vindictor unit just to make sure that they're dead, so that they're gone, and then hold the rest in reserve, because those fulminators are in a prime position. If he hits that screen, whatever you use to kill that Vindictor unit will most likely be dead. The dragons are on the right hand side there too, and so Mitch's battle tactic will be aggressive expansion, so it's pretty easy in Feral Foray. Yeah,
looks like he got Fecund Vigor as the cycle.
Yeah, so that's everybody is going to heal D3 this turn.
not super helpful on the first one. What does that look like for the rest of the game on the cycle there?
Yeah, so in the next battle round, it's at the start of your hero phase. You roll a number of dice equal to battle round, and each 4 plus an extra CP, so have plenty of CP next turn. On round 3 is you can't use heroic actions, rally, or inspiring, which is going to be the turn that we need to really watch for. Turn 4 is -1 to charge rolls, and can't pile in, so might want that a little bit earlier, but unfortunately can't control it. And then round 5 is +1 to disease rolls, so
yeah, so it's not the best roll for the cycle, but it's not the worst either. It's got a lot of control there.
Yeah.
And it looks like he's doing aggressive expansion, and it's 5 contagion points. So, you know, he'll not the best contagion either, but you know, turn 2 something's going to be showing up.
Yeah. I mean, oh man, this I think we see Mitch's game plan here now that. Oh,
yeah.
there we go.
Oh, there we go. They're all
Just
going
go
up.
straight for it.
Okay.
Now, here's the interesting thing too: is like when you play with players over and over again, you kind of start to see their style, especially if there's someone you see and someone who goes to tournaments very often. Mitch loves this pinning style of army, and we did see Mitch's game yesterday where this went very well for him, where he just basically blew Gargants up in 2 turns.
Yeah, and you know, if something's working, you know, maybe I'm underestimating it, saying I don't think he should go all in.
Yeah. We'll see how it pans out. Craig Bodycott, how you doing, bud? Will the Season of War team be at X-Plant tomorrow? I believe Mr. Knee Pants Man will be there tomorrow, Jordan Duncan. Oh my god, this is already going off the rails a little bit. Yeah, so Jordan will be there tomorrow, and yeah, so we'll see.
He's racking up those mortals on the impact hits.
Yep.
Looks like an affliction has gone in, and he's sending in, just going down the line here, trying to fit all your flies in as you get your charges and work those out.
Yeah, the interesting thing is now with the changes to Unleash Hell, where it's only 6 inches, those Judicators are 3 deep, so it's most likely only the first rank would shoot, so might not even be worth it to spend that CP to shoot the flies.
Yeah, I love that change.
Yes.
Yeah.
As an Iron Jaws player, I'm sure you do. Yeah, so here we are. I think yeah, based on how Mitch has deployed, he's gonna just shove as much of those flies as possible, and they do quite a bit of mortal wounds on the charge. But again, when you only have 10 wounds to play with, you're not really bothered if somebody does 16 mortal wounds to you.
Right, it's a lot of mortals on a charge, and then his army is not going to be doing those charges again. We'll see how it works out. I think it looks like the Fulminators are more than 3 back, and so will be getting to countercharge next turn. The Dragons potentially can get tapped there on the corner, and we'll see. I'm suspecting that's where the Overwatch is being held for.
Yes, because -1 doesn't really impact them at all.
No.
Yeah. So yeah. Other than that, I love how I'm so sorry, Jordan. I love how Jordan's pants has become the topic of conversation in the chat now.
I mean, the big question has always been, what does peak Warhammer look like? And there is a chance it's those pants.
Yes. I can't rock those pants, so that's why I'm making all these comments, because I'm obviously jealous of them. So
I think
yeah,
it's important to have like an outfit that is memorable.
Yeah.
Because anything that distracts your opponent in any tiny way at the top table is helpful, you know.
Yeah, it is might be mind games. Like
Mind games.
if you
Yeah.
had tearaway pants and at a certain point of the game you just tore away your pants,
Oh man. Yeah.
like in a crucial, you just do whatever you can to have advantages, I guess, in the game. Um,
And so Jordan's rolling those 6-up wards, which he gets from Big Hammers of Sigmar, I believe, currently.
yeah, yep. And he's also when those Vindictors die, they do Blazing Glory. So
They're exploding back. Yep.
yeah. So it's interesting how Jordan has pulled. For those of you who don't play very competitive Warhammer, you're probably looking at this. He is not currently in coherency because of how he's pulled the Vindictors on the left. That's because he wants the flies to pile in around the Vindictors, so it's more difficult for them to get into the Judicators in the back. As well, you do your Battle Shock first, and then coherency after. So if you're not going to spend Inspiring Presence on a unit, you want to split them like this at times, because the Battle Shock's going to remove the one that's not coherent anyways, and you could potentially still be okay at the very end of the turn.
It looks like some of them have actually failed the charge. And that wasn't, that's a failable charge for sure there.
Yeah, 16, they're 22 apart, so a 6-inch charge. I mean, on average, you'll get in, but average is only average, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it does happen.
I feel like I'm explaining like dice sometimes fail.
Dice sometimes fail. This is
Yeah.
good stuff here, Carl.
Yeah. If you need to know, my advice for winning tournaments is win games.
Yeah, win games. That's good. Yeah, that's pretty good.
So your prediction was right. The Storm Drake guards were held, or the Unleash Hell was held back for the Storm Drake guard.
They're measuring out these charges. That side has become a long charge.
Yeah.
Means Mitch is going to have one very strong side and one much weaker side if he doesn't roll spectacularly here.
Yeah, and it was something that we mentioned yesterday. It wasn't really relevant in that game because Gargants don't have models to pull, really. But because the impact hits happen after a unit has charged, when you go a more MSU style list like this, your opponent can potentially remove models so that the charges are much harder for you. Mitch might have made a small mistake in not charging the 4 flies on your right hand side there instead.
Yeah.
Just to get that amount of attacks in. The Stormjack Darguard only did 1 mortal wound to the Pustules. Yeah, that's the thing with dragons though. Sometimes they roll hot and sometimes they don't. I'm explaining dice again.
Very swingy unit.
Yep.
Looks like the all-out, so used all-out attack and started out with the Lord of Afflictions here, right in the middle.
Yep.
And
there's
so
some
Mitch
disease
must,
counters.
Yeah, disease. Looks like they're just probably trying to clear that unit and then pile those Pustules into the Adjudicators.
Yeah. Yeah, so this is kind of like the difference between an army that has a teleport and an army that doesn't. This pinning, if Jordan did not have Translocate, would be backbreaking. Trying to fight through 16 flies who are 8 wounds apiece with disgustingly resilient is a very, very hard thing to do. But because Jordan has that Translocate, he's not as worried about this pinning maneuver because he could potentially teleport something and free himself up, right?
Yeah, sit somewhere to be out of the way, able to, go get those back points that have been left, and then has the combat to probably, with what is left, fight his way out over several turns. They've essentially, I think, are going to have completely switched board sides at the end of the turn.
Yep. That is a game plan sometimes. You if you don't have the forces to leave on your home objectives, and you know that your opponent has a teleport and would like to get onto your home objectives, you could potentially do what Mitch did here and just trade sides. because there's no advantage to either player at the end of the day, and they've wasted their teleport to be on your side, and you didn't waste too much resources to get to your opponent's side because you're enacting your game plan already. Oh, another tough crowd member here in the chat, Mr. Dayton Obrey. And he says, I feel like I wouldn't make any mistakes as a semi-competitive Warhammer player. And we also we also have Tristan Gray in the chat. If Carl can't rock the pants, can Barl? I mean, Barl can rock anything, Tristan.
Barl can wear whatever he wants, yeah.
Yeah, Barl doesn't show up very often, though, so...
Yeah.
Be glad that there's not... he doesn't make the fashion statements for Carl. I feel like I'm talking like I have dual personality here. The Storm Drake Guards do deal 6 damage to the Puscoils, even though they did do all-out defense. So, pretty reliable on the Storm Drake Guard when you have all attack, 2s and 3s, quite a bit of attacks. -2 on the claws, -1 on the swords, which Jordan has here. So 6 damage is almost a Puscoil down.
Yeah, you'd expect to see at least one of those disappear next turn, if not both. And it's going to make the board state kind of tricky for the flies here. But I guess the idea is to, there's some boxing out on where those dragons are going to be able to land. And so they're probably going to have to stay here if you're translocating the adjudicators.
Interestingly, I thought the unit on the right was the 4 Puscoils. I'm wrong. The unit on the very left is the 4 Puscoils. That's just a unit of 2 and 2 that we're seeing on the right-hand side there. So they did get into combat, so my mistake. Yeah, so the left 4 Puscoils are now activating into the Vindictors. I don't think Mitch was able to clear enough with the Lord of Afflictions there, so... interesting here... Grace here says that pants equals underwear in the UK, so we've just been talking about Jordan's underwear.
That's good. Yeah.
So here it is. I anticipate all the Vindictors will probably be dead at this turn. And with such highly tuned lists, let's say, the turn 1 to 2 priority is so important in the game now. And you need to have a game plan for when you lose that priority, because it doesn't always, go your way. But the threat of the double is always strong, especially for armies that have such high outputs like Mitch's list and Jordan's list there.
So the Vindicators are gone, at least the ones that were in that fly swarm over there. It looks like there was nothing, some mortal wounds come back from Blaze of Glory, but nothing got actually all the way over into Adjudicator. So that block is going to be sitting there and threatening the board with this just massive number of shots in a turn.
Yeah, 15 Adjudicators has 3d6 shots from the special weapons, and then 24 from the other guys. And the 24 shots do mortals on 6s, so he does still have Puscoil, disgustingly resilient on the Puscoils. So we'll see if he can punch through. So it's interesting. It's like, do you leave the Adjudicators there, or do you teleport them onto the other side? And since they have 24-inch range shooting, you could potentially just shoot from Mitch's home points. Oh, we see some Puscoils being lifted from the Vindictors on the right. So the Dragons did most of the damage, and then the Vindictors were able to just finish them off there.
Yeah, and so it's going to be very interesting what Jordan does here with the translocate. I assume most of the army is still in range to do it here. So what he actually moves, you could just leave the Adjudicators there, send something else onto those back points.
Yep.
Dragons can still do their move after being teleported, I believe.
They're measuring something there. I feel like one fly is able to get into the Adjudicators there.
Oh, okay.
There we go. He was able to clear. He wasn't able to get the 4-man, but I don't know. It looks like 1, so I think that might have been the Lord of Afflictions too. I can't tell the flies apart. It's like Fire Slayers.
It is hard, particularly from top down, to know. They're very similar models.
Yeah, so Lord Billy did ask, do we ever plan to be able to draw on the screen like sports commentators? This is our maiden voyage for this kind of content, so we wanted to keep it as simple as possible. Technology always fails on us, so we wanted to keep it simple. Maybe in the future we can do something like that if you enjoy this type of content.
We can draw on our monitors, but I don't know that it's gonna help anything.
I mean, I always draw in the air and I use air quotes and stuff. People can't see me do stuff like that. The Lord of Afflictions was able to do 6 damage to the Judicator, so that is 3 Judicators down.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That that's the big amount of bodies on this entire table, and there's also the big range threat. So I understand trying to get as much as you can into that. I don't know. We'll see if this was worth it in terms of the board state, because 3 is okay, but it's not really.
It's not getting backbreaking, no.
Yeah.
Did Jordan use his ult yet? I don't know. Jordan has a lot of ults, man. I don't know. I think Jordan's strength as a player as well is not panicking, or at least for a lot of competitive players. If your game plan doesn't always go without a hitch, and so if you have the ability to dig yourself out of bad-looking situations, if you have a greater chance to win. I'm explaining very, very common concepts here again.
Yeah, well, Jordan's playing a very reactive army.
Yeah.
In this case, and so the ability to change what you're doing and have options with the move on the dragons and the teleport is really going to come into play here as we see what's come out.
Yeah. The Castellan was able to do 3 damage to the Lord of Afflictions on the right-hand side. I don't see the Castellan. I actually don't know where he is. Oh, yeah, I see it. There's the Gryph-hound is actually the one who's actually attacking through the Castellan, right in the middle of your screen there. The Judicators did no damage. Of course, they're not known for their combat punch, and now Mitch is going ahead and rolling for the Z's here. It'll be interesting. He might kill more Judicators because of the Z's points there.
Let's see here. Looks like he has little counters, which is big bookkeeping army with the new Nurgle book.
Yeah, those are 3D printed. You can find them if you search online. So it is very easy, and it always has a 1 on it. So the disease always goes back to 1 after you roll. So having those counters just makes it easier for you to remember. Jordan's army is vulnerable to mortal wounds. Stormcast has a very, very good save army generally, but not as much on the mortal wound save side. Yes, he's hammers. He does get 6 up, but can't really rely on 6 up all that often. So the disease will be the thing that punches through the armor of the Stormcast list.
Looks like there was 3 mortal wounds from the disease on the Judicators, and then 1 left from Battle Shock.
Ooh, interesting that he didn't spend the CP there.
Yeah, I mean they're quite brave, so your odds are with you, but you do probably want to keep them around.
Yeah.
I have CP. I mean, I have bravery, paranoia, so I'm constantly spending it as much as I possibly can.
So I'm just being told that the Lord of Afflictions that's right in the center on that piece of terrain, he's the smelly guy. Yeah, he's the smelly guy.
So wasn't able to do it. Yeah, that makes sense. We apologize for our slander, Jordan. Yeah, so forcing bravery, forcing the ability not to use CP abilities. I think it doesn't stop the Holy Command for the double shoot or the teleport, which are probably the 2 biggest abilities that we're going to be seeing.
I think it might stop the Thunderbolt volley because it is a command ability. The teleport, no, because it's a prayer, but I think it might it might stop that. But the interesting thing is you need a hero close by to do Thunderbolt Volley. So I'm not quite sure. I would have to look at the wording of it. So Mitch did score 5 points in total on his turn. He did hold 1, hold 2, hold more, and his battle tactic to aggressive expand. And it is now into Jordan's turn, and Jordan did choose broken ranks. I mean, most of his opponents' army are flies, and so if you kill a fly unit, you complete broken ranks. But you do have to choose which one, and I'm not quite sure which one he chose for that one.
I'm guessing it's the one that's already lost a guy on the
on the right hand side, with the dragons.
So
here it is.
Adjudicators getting translocated. Makes sense. And right into those back points. Looks like from the measurements here.
Light Tactics is telling me, I remember when I one-shotted his tech list with my Nagash. I'll never forget. I unfortunately don't remember who you are. I'm sorry.
Kind of rude, Carl.
I do not remember. I mean, I probably remember your name. I just don't remember your Twitter handle or your YouTube thing. So, while Jordan sets up here, there's another question here. How's the fishing in Vermont? No, from Dayton.
In the winter, cold. I haven't been. My brother-in-law's been out a little bit. He I guess got a kind of nice trout. But I haven't been out ice fishing this winter yet.
Okay, there's a comment here from somebody. I'm just gonna go ahead and ban them. Ridge Hannah, no, get out of here. I'm kidding. Love you, Ridge.
So it looks like Jordan very carefully measured the threat ranges on those Fuscoils to come backwards.
Yeah.
And just tag the back of that objective to have models there for the upcoming turn. He's he's doing that to mitigate it not winning the next turn roll, and stay in range to shoot.
Oh, Peterson. Yes. I do remember you. Now that you say that. Yeah. The interesting thing about the Judicators being 24 away is the Puscoils, now that you've launched them forward with the pregame move, only move 8. So even with a 12-inch charge, their maximum threat is 20. So if Mitch was to win the turn here, there's no possible way for him to get his Puscoils back into the Judicators. So the Judicators are in a fairly safe spot now. The only time that he could maybe even get to them now is on a double turn, and because of how the turns are going, Mitch would want to take turn. He doesn't have the ability to pass it off because of how much output is potentially there for Jordan. So it's going to be difficult for him to even touch the Judicators at this point now.
He's got those fulminators right in the middle. That massive amount of damage they can do on the charge.
Yeah.
And it looks like there's probably going into the shooting phase now.
Yep. The fulminators are +1 to their save as well from the Castellan, so they're a 2-up save right now. So they're going to be very, very tanky, boys. Here's the mortal wound shooting from the dragons. Let's see, Mitch's ward saves. Looks like 3-6. Oh, he fails everything but 1, so that's 5 mortal wounds onto the Puscoils. I imagine he's probably going to shoot the fulminators into them as well, or shoot the fulminators onto something else and then finish them off with the dragons.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like he's shooting the fulminators, which, you always want to make sure you just get that battle tactic right.
Yep.
Do it as reliably as possible.
And and then you have the potential to charge the dragons if you'd like. There's this battle tactic easily done. Yeah, so I mean, this is looking obviously too early to call, but it's looking fairly good depending on what the charges look like from the dragons and the fulminators there. This is the 3d6 shots from the Judicators in the back. If he eliminates that primed unit of flies on the left-hand side, there's nothing that will threaten those Judicators for the rest of the game. Unless Mitch summons something. But with the contagion points being where they are now, it's harder to summon something threatening early in the game.
He's gonna have opponents in his territory. It's gonna be, you know, it doesn't look like he is in his own territory anymore either. I could
No.
be wrong about that.
I think the territories for Feral Foray is just up to your objective zone. I think. Might all the No, it's all the way up to the half. So yeah, I don't think he's in his zone either. So the Judicators deal 9 damage to the Puscoils on the left-hand side after this ward save right here. So
Just picking up flies.
yeah, picking up flies now. So here's the interesting thing. Obviously Jordan's turn isn't done yet. Would you as Jordan potentially give the turn to Mitch?
Well, that's an interesting thing. Yeah, I mean, with what they're gonna be able to do, if you can tie up a lot of those Puscoils and pull some more stuff off here with the Fulminators, I think you'd be in a pretty good position to give it away if you win it. And I think Mitch has to take it anyway, so I feel like they both want the same thing.
Yep.
With sort of what the board state's looking like here, and it's gonna be interesting if those dragons make their charge.
It's
Probably
not
no.
looking like an 8, probably, to get to those flies. If he gets the dragons in, I think he's in a very... he's re-rolling it here.
Yep.
That's 6 again, so unfortunately they're not in.
Jordan was wealthy on CP, but you know.
Yeah, those Fulminators, if you've never seen what Fulminators do on the charge, be prepared to be surprised here. We saw Gargants struggle to kill flies, like 3 Gatebreaker Gargants, which are like the most punchy of them. And so now you are going to see...
Well, the Gatebreakers also hit on 4s.
That is true.
Which makes it much swingier, and with that no CP aura, you can really tie them down and, you know, kind of change the math a lot on how many are going to get through.
Ridge, this is the second warning. You make one more comment like that, you're banned. And you even misspelled Mississauga. I don't know if intentional or not, Ridge. Yeah, so it's definitely very interesting what he can kill. That is the 4-man unit of Puscoils. So if it looks like he's lifting.
So it looks like the one went into Lord of Afflictions and just took
and
it
killed him.
Yeah. And we're seeing the other ones now going into the 4-man unit. I expect to see at least 1 or 2 flies get picked up here.
For those of you asking if any of us are playing at X-Plant tomorrow, Jordan will be. And Victor, thank you so much. It's his first time being here on live. This is kind of one of our first times, actually our 3rd time, doing a live commentary, and we'd love to do it more in the future for competitive games like this, so you see how top-end tournament players play and kind of, you know, it's a different feeling from when you play in battle reports to when you play in tournaments. So, yeah, we'll see.
It's just pulling out all of those Field of Pains.
Yeah. Woo. You're seeing right now the the damage that Fulminators can do. If you look in the description below, Justin, the lists are posted on Twitter. There's a link down below. Lord Billy, I do have complete power over the chat. I am God. The Fulminators do 26 damage to the Puscoils.
26 after the Field of Pain. That is brutal.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's only 3 of them.
Yeah, he's split attacks.
Yeah, you can comfortably split attacks. Now here's the interesting thing in terms of what do you pull? Do you pull the ones that are touching the fulminators now that they've gone, or do you pull the ones in the back? Mitch decided to pull in the middle, or in the front and in the back, leaving the middle one there. I would have potentially left the one guy there because the fulminators, while they do this amount of damage on the charge, if
Yeah,
they're
you would probably, I would have wanted to see one stay there to mitigate the next turn.
And disease as well.
realistically- Yeah, and disease. Because mortals are really what you're going to need.
Oh,
to
here,
achieve
oh,
those
Jordan rolled
progress.
the 6.
Jordan rolled a 6.
Oh, Jordan has the opportunity. We did talk about giving it away, but because of where Mitch pulled his Bosgoyles, you're gonna see another charge with the fulminators.
Absolutely.
And so I might take it.
Yeah, between the shooting of the dragons and the fulminators and the judicators, you're going to have a lot of damage and then a lot of choices to charge because they're fairly close together, and you can position yourself so that you have a lot of different makeable charges if
Yeah.
you do accidentally shoot off your charge targets.
Yeah. Jordan's gonna take it. His battle tactic is slay the warlord, so it looks like his fulminators are gonna keep continuing onto the left-hand side there. You have flies on the right-hand side, but the dragons count for 5 each. And so those flies only count for 2 each. So you have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. If you kill one fly, you're tied on the point. And since it's been Jordan's point for the whole game, it's easy that he kills one fly and ties on it.
Absolutely. It's interesting because I would...
So here's...
rallied a fly.
So I think that's why Mitch perhaps wanted to pull outside of 3 of the combat there.
Yeah, it's a gamble. I mean, so it looks like you've got the fulminators right there, but you also have the dragons who probably can get that Lord of Afflictions, and getting that extra monster point for Slay the Warlord could just put it even farther up,
Yep.
Which would be really helpful. I don't know if he's going to go, there's the sure play, which is the fulminators, or you gamble a little bit more with the dragons and use the fulminator shooting and the dragons together to try to... He's translocated
The priest.
himself.
Yep. And then now that secures the Thunderbolt Volley. Remember how we were saying that he needed a hero to shoot? Oh,
Yep.
no.
Looks like he's
Where is he
probably trying to stop the contagion
summoning?
building up. Yeah. It's interesting. Doesn't think he needs the Thunderbolt Volley yet.
It is
Let's
18
try to
inches
measure
from
it
a
out.
lord.
Oh, he's got it for sure. Yeah, he's just measuring it out. There you go.
He's like, I'm not bothered by the contagion right now. I will take that center point and Thunderbolt Volley at the same time there.
Yeah, get rid of that back fly, and then just be able to move up and shoot some more.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and this is the issue with elite armies like the all flies list. Is you start losing bodies, and it doesn't look so good, right? You have to really scramble around to use them as effectively and preserve your bodies on the board.
Yeah, for sure. As fast as the Nurgle fly list is in the first turn, Jordan didn't even choose to Thunderbolt Volley at all.
Didn't do it yet. And that's probably because they could only shoot that one.
Yep.
And he wants to get more of it later on.
Correct. It's in your back pocket. That 24-inch bubble from the projection of the Judicators just means that when Mitch commits into going for the Judicators, you can just Thunderbolt Volley and remove whatever it is. So based on kind of what the board positioning is, if I was Jordan or I was in Jordan's position, I would play a conservative game. You're so far ahead with the amount of damage that you've done and the amount of flies that you've killed that you don't have to take that much risk, right?
Yeah, and this is a top table, and the tournament didn't care about differential, right? This was a win-loss. You win the game if you do this. You win the whole thing, and so you play more conservatively so that if something goes against you, you have outs.
For sure. So first, Incarnate did ask why would you let the Fulminator charge. I think Mitch was you kind of see the play styles of the two players here. Mitch is much more of a gambling player. He takes big swings, and if he gets those big swings, he could possibly just take you off the table or win games through the back of those big plays. He removed the flies so that if he did win priority, that he would be able to rally. Now it's 3 dice and you're relying on 6s. That's why there's the gamble there. If you're a more conservative player, you would have perhaps left the 1 fly in the fulminators. And if you won priority, you could retreat him out. If you lost priority, you would lose that fly. So, you know, then the fulminators wouldn't be on the charge and your Lord of Afflictions would be alive. So there's pros and cons to either way to play it. Now Mitch did get the benefit of having another fly back from rally, so you know it did kind of work out for him. But the fulminators are gonna do more than 1 fly's worth of damage on the charge.
It looks like the shock bows have spiked a little bit in number of shots.
14 shots.
It's just, yeah. Which is a little bit above average, so that's going to do a lot of damage out of those 10.
So the CDS 2333, he currently has 5 contagion points. He's going to get 1, I believe, from the tree. And unfortunately, nothing else from the territories. Is it you being in the territory and not having anybody in the territory? Is it, or just you in the territory? You remember?
I honestly don't.
It's such a new book that even like us who are very, very competitive players and go to tournaments quite often need some reminders in terms of even specific wording on rules and that sort of thing. So I think the most important point, since they're just rolling some adjudicator damages here, is if you're starting to think to go into tournaments and you don't have the breadth of knowledge that other people do, or you haven't had the chance to look at certain battle tomes, I encourage you to just ask questions of your opponents. Questions like how far is your threat ranges, you know, and try to learn from just asking opponents questions and, you know, trying to play that way.
So the way it works is you get 1 per tree, and then wholly within whichever territory a unit is, gives you 3. You get a bonus 1 if they're not there.
Okay.
So Mitch is looking at getting 3 right now for wholly within 1 of the territories.
Yeah, and 1 from the tree, so it'll be 9, so he'll be at 7. Let me pull up the table here right now. 7, I don't think allows you too much in terms of the summoning. 7 gets you a Sloppity, Bile Piper, or a Spellbox Scrivener, which unfortunately doesn't really do very much.
Well, so a Sloppity, you could with these charges, if something survives, you could potentially do some pinning without pile-in if he pulls back properly. Jordan's placing his models in such a way that it's probably going to be very hard with that few number of flies, but potentially overrun the dragons.
Yeah, and then a Nurgle Swarm at 8.
Oh, yeah, good point. That is that you can't do the no pile-in because these are Puscoils, who are not demons.
Yeah, that is a very good point as well. I'm just gonna take a look at the cycle of corruption to see if that's potentially relevant. So we did have. Okay, so the next one or this is at the start of his hero phase. He rolls the number of dice. And you get an extra CP. So I don't think that's wholly relevant as well. He's needing more bodies, and you know, summoning points are where he's gonna get it. But it doesn't look like he's gonna be able to summon all that much. Oh, now I'm getting a message from Jordan here. Oh. The CP is not command points. This is confusing.
Yeah, contagion points.
So it is battle round 2, so he's potentially getting 1 extra on average dice, 2 dice 4 up, 1 extra contagion point. So at the maximum, if he gets 2 there, it'll be 11. So he'll can bring in a Beast of Nurgle.
There you go.
There you go.
Fan favorite. Looks like the dragons have stomped at the end of the charge phase, and now they're into combat. The Fulminator's going first. And we'll just wait looks like the Fulminator's got 4 onto the Lord of Afflictions, and now damage through. So we'll wait for the rest of them going into the rest.
That's interesting now, because his battle tactic was to kill that Lord of Afflictions.
There
He's only
isn't
done
really any
4.
other way. Yeah, so the issue with some of these times with 5-up wards is you just never know how many you're actually going to get through.
Yeah.
And so over-committing a lot of the time, and that math of how many do I think are going to happen can be really hard, and dice can sometimes just betray you.
Yep, which has happened here. He does only have 1 wound left, so the interesting thing now is if Mitch spikes on his damage and kills that 1 Fulminator, he could potentially Blaze of Glory to kill the 1 wound left.
That's true.
And so he's hoping not to kill a Fulminator at this point now. But looking at the board state here, it's very, very rough for Mitch. And then the thing is, it's the only way to dig yourself out of this position now is to rely on the double turn. He's not going to have enough output to potentially take Jordan off on his turn. And so he's going to rely on the double. And the problem with that is we're going into round 3. And you talked about at the start of the game, how that's potentially impactful in the math of the game.
Yeah, you don't want to be hunting for a double going to round 3 because of that deletion, and because of who owns what out there on the board currently.
Yeah.
Looks like a fair number of saves here onto the plus coils as well.
Interestingly, though, that is the general Lord of Affliction, so he has a 4-up. So that's why it was only 4.
That's why it's harder.
So it's even more dicey. Yeah, 4-ups. Yeah. 4-ups, if you've ever played against Phoenix Guard, you can never rely on average math. You're like, oh, well, I just have to do double damage to take it down. No, that's not how it works.
You have to wildly overkill everything. Yeah.
Yep. For sure. Here's his ward saves here from the Fulminators. Looks like it's going to be enough there to kill this 2. Yeah, that's quite a bit there.
Yeah, so they're just going to disappear. And now, if you look at it, Jordan owns half of the board here.
Yeah.
And everything is locked into. It's going to be interesting if he decides to pile those dragons around to just touch that flag. 'Cause I think maybe one of those flies would be able to come get him, engage them in combat, and not get the charge mortals next turn.
Yeah. That's what they're vulnerable for, vulnerable to, right? So
yeah, just mitigating. And the Fulminator is going to be sitting there swinging much less hard next turn, unless the Lord of Afflictions decides to leave.
Yeah. What do you even do when you're Mitch in this situation?
Yeah, I mean, I probably, you try to just see if you can get through the side of the board you're on, and try to stay out of that 24-inch, and then turn it around in the last couple turns. Very careful with being able to try to have that double on turn 4 or 5. But you're really fighting from behind here, and lack of monsters means you can't run scores up with bonus points or anything.
Yeah, that is an interesting thing as well. You could potentially just try to kill 1 dragon on 1 turn and then kill another dragon and another turn.
That's hard to do reliably.
And those dragons are going to be punching you in the face while you do that, but that's another 2 points you could potentially scrape there. Burning the objective is another, but you have to be careful when you do it because you're trying to score 1, 2, then more.
Yeah.
And so Jordan, with how he's placed his Judicators, can go either to the left to that left-hand objective or the right. the Relictor can obviously take the other one that he doesn't go to, and then potentially burn it on turn 5, to make up the 2 points. So Barefoot Jones is just talking all sorts of crazy here. Eh, yeah, so we'll see where the turn ends up. If those two Pascoa Blightlords in the middle engage with Dragons live, you have a potential to take out the Storm Drake Guard on your turn, on Mitch's turn there with the mortals. He didn't choose to pile in the guard, the dragons into
Yeah.
the Pascoil, so
Yeah, and probably just didn't want the extra damage from the swings there. It will be interesting if those. I would suspect they try to take those out, try to get some monster points with the 4 Pascoils. I don't know if 4 Pascoils get through 2 dragons.
yeah, I don't know either. Maybe with disease if you rack up all the way to 7.
Yeah, and they may have
Potentially,
taken some disease at this point. I can't tell how many wounds are on those dragons so far, but it doesn't seem like many.
It might be just 0.
Yeah. Well, that's not many.
No, it's not many at all. And then the thing is, when you eliminate those dragons, if you win the double, you could potentially get into the Fulminators, and if you can delete them, then it's looking pretty thin for Jordan as well on the board control side. But again, he's able to burn one, so he's gonna rack up that more. Hold 1, hold 2, hold more. Even though Mitch doesn't have even though he doesn't have very much on the table. Jordan, sorry, doesn't have very much on the table.
Oh no, it happened. Oh no. Oh no.
There's a 6 there. 4 up. Ah, that's a 2. It happened. Oh no.
There it is.
Oh no. Hey.
Pants power, man.
Yeah, that's just unfortunate.
That's unfortunate. And so now, not having any general on the board to make CP usage harder, and you're behind on points here in a major way. Looking at it, you think maybe those Pascoils can drop a dragon? What I'm hearing, probably not.
Yeah, I mean, he would have to drop both to even have a significant, or like even have a chance at this game, I think. So Jordan does score the hold 1, hold 2, hold more in his battle tactic because of that Blaze of Glory. And so he scores 5 points. He did only score 4 on his turn, so he's 9. So if Mitch can score 4 here, he doesn't have to hold more. He could potentially still keep it a close 9-9. But the board state is not looking close at all.
Yeah, and this is he can get it up. There's killing dragon points available. Run it up a little bit. Yes. But it's gonna be tough, and you're gonna really need to be preserving as many of those Pascoils as you can.
Yeah, so he did generate almost the max amount of points here. He has 11 total contagion points. So the interesting thing is do you use them now, summon that Beast of Nurgle, or do you hold, potentially get 4 more contagion points and at 15? Let me look up what you can summon at 14, 15 here. A 14, you can summon 10 Plague Bears. So a Beast now, or you wait 1 turn and 10 Plague Bears.
I have not seen how this game goes, but based on the aggression Mitch has shown, I would suspect to see something show up on the board here.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, so, while Mitch is thinking here, he did choose Bring It Down. So like we suspected, he's gonna go for those dragons.
No, you're gonna have to kill all of them to get Bring It Down with the dragons. Correct? You have to destroy the unit that is the monster, as opposed to just killing one.
I believe it's the monster, yeah.
You have to kill the whole unit. This is going to be a little tricky. But, he's going to be able to get this 3-inch charge because the dragons are already pinned. And, two squads there doing those mortals and disease and their attacks is, you know, it's gonna be tricky, but we'll see.
Interestingly, too, is Jordan has used the Castellan's buff on those dragons, so they are +1 to save, so they're 2 up right now.
They're at 2 up currently.
Yeah, so it's gonna be very difficult for Mitch to do it, but I think he has to make these big plays now. Oh, there's a Beast of Chaos there. I don't think you're gonna be able. That's
a long charge.
Yeah. I don't think that's even 12. Yeah, there he is. Yeah, it's not even 12. So he's gonna measure the 9 there. They can do beasts can do mortal wounds on the charge as well. Do disease, they do disease when they retreat. So I really like them as a separate unit to take flanks and run around the board. They can run and charge, but nope, that's a 3. He doesn't have very much CP either, so probably gonna hold that for all attack or something.
The 1 CP, or you know, getting the battle tactic and needing to get those in case you roll double 1s. You know, you need that a lot more than you need that beast into those adjudicators.
The other one. Oh, there's the mortals. Yeah.
It's interesting. I wonder if he tagged the fulminators in 3. Oh well, Jordan only has 1 CP as well, so probably not. Oh, okay. So maybe 1 did have more
damage than we thought. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So it was a 3 mortal wound. So this might go off here, making that charge a lot longer. I wonder if you should have gone into the wounded one first. Oh, interesting. Wow. Okay. Trying to get both.
Yeah. He wasn't able to charge into the dragons, looks like, because that looks like more than half an inch out. But since the Castellan was close by, he used it to kind of platform, and then with your pile in, you can probably get into the last dragon there. Oh, interesting that he charged that last
Charge the fulminators. Sending them all in.
Again, it's something that you get to know when you see a player play often enough. You kind of know their tendencies, and here's Mitch's aggressive tendencies. He's
maximum aggression.
Yeah, he might be more aggressive than me and you.
Yeah, I know, that's saying something.
Stomp here from the Drake. Looks like 2 mortal wounds, both fail. Yeah, there it is. More wounds on that Puscoil. Obviously, the Storm Drake Guard here wants to do all-out defense. The wings are getting in the way of each other here. So we'll see if he's able to do it. And again, if he's able to kill this dragon on a double turn, he can potentially get all those flies into the fulminators. And then now we're looking at the Judicators and the Relictor down below versus a few flies, right?
Yeah.
And I think at that point, the deciding thing that breaks the stalemate is translocate, since he can threaten any of the objectives at any point. When Mitch starts to leave one objective and go to another one, you could potentially take it back with a translocate.
Yeah, I mean, when these dragons are picked up and the fulminators are there's just not a lot out on the board, and there's a lot of points still sitting all over the place. The movement is going to be interesting because there isn't quite enough to get back and really take points.
Yeah, he would have to rely on the summoning, which is why I was thinking maybe holding it back and then getting the Plague Bears, because again, if you win the turn, Jordan's going to burn one, but he might potentially not burn that bottom right one, and so you can take it back with 10 Plague Bears. And 10 Plague Bears are very, very tanky in this time now.
Absolutely.
Oh, backing up.
Piling away from the other ones. Trying to mitigate the amount of damage he's going to be able to take.
Yeah, so it could have potentially brought out that middle fly away from combat.
Yep.
Depending on how far they were. Yes, Ridge, I know. The 2 bugs are tagged by the Castellan, but you're not too bothered by that because there's a point there. So the Puscoils on the right-hand side did end up doing 2 damage to the Storm Drake Guard. And so we'll see. So it looks like 7-ish wounds left on the dragon.
Dragon. Yep.
Yeah. And there's 6 disease counters on him right now, is what I'm seeing.
Yeah. So, you know, there's potential to get the battle tactic here. See, Storm Drake has swung back, and now we're going to the other side.
Interesting that he didn't choose to pile in here, or is he attacking? No, he's attacking with the single fly on the left hand side there. Yeah,
Yep.
That's a good order of activation.
Yeah, you want to go into what hasn't caught you yet. Try
Yep.
to lower that damage always.
And the thing with fulminators is they are very, very scary on the charge. Not as scary not on the charge, but the other thing that holds them back as well is the 1-inch reach. Those spears are very, very short. Oh, picks up another fulminator there. Interesting. Yeah, I am all for the round 2 to 3 priority here. Pile them in. Doesn't matter really too much when you have only 2 fulminators left. Jordan has 0 CP. Fulminators are bravery 7, I believe. So he's lost 1. He's okay if he loses a. I don't anticipate he'll lose another one to this disease, but
Yeah, there could be a crazy disease roll.
yeah. Oh, spin. There we go.
And it looks like that's it. Yep. So
Bye, Puscoil.
bye Puscoil.
Yeah. There we go. Bye, Puscoil. That wasn't very good. And now it's looking very strong for Jordan. Now he's cleared that whole left side. I mean, it's looked strong for Jordan for quite some time, but now it's looking even better because that one Puscoil could have potentially flew to the upper left objective on a double, burned it, and been just a nuisance.
Yeah. He's clearing bodies and holding them in just in a box here.
Yeah.
And you know, by having almost all of them tagged there, if this dragon survives,
yeah, it doesn't matter whether you take the turn or lose the turn at that point. Yeah. Losing models on your turn is super bad.
Yeah.
Losing units on your turn is even worse.
Yeah, and I think that was the last of the 4, which is the most efficient rally that he still has out there.
That's interesting. Yeah, I think it's because he doesn't have very many CP to spend, and that guy might not have been the leader as well. So
yeah,
it could have been a case that he couldn't even rally as well. So
Mitch has been in a position of needing some luck for a little while here. So
yeah. So the Storm Drake Guard has 1 mortal wound left after disease. One wound left after disease. Oh.
Okay.
So
It's a failed battle tactic. He'll still get the monster point.
Yeah.
But quite a bit in a hole here. Going into biggest priority.
you're looking at 7 disease. 3 ups are, or sorry, 3 ups, 4 ups.
4 ups.
4 ups. You're looking at 4 or 3 mortal wounds. He only did 2, so a little bit under the average of what you're doing. But again, Age of Sigmar is a dice game.
I think they're swinging with the Castellan now.
Just forgot to.
In the fervor. Yeah.
It's a very intense game, and at times you forget small models like the Castellan. But in Age of Sigmar, you're not allowed to not attack.
Yeah, it's still required.
Yeah, it's a requirement, and so the players are just going back and doing it right now. Surprisingly, the Castellan does 3 damage to the Puscoils. So Nurgle scores their hold 1, hold 2, and the monster kill. If he was able to kill that Storm Drake guard with a battle tactic, it would have been 5 points total, and putting Mitch 1 over. But because he didn't left that Drake and 1 wound, like I always usually do, leave things on 1 wound, he's 1 point down.
It's like, so they have rolled and they've tied on turn, so
Oh, it's a Jordan.
Jordan breaks ties.
So here's the interesting thing now is, since that Drake is still alive, do you take it? Or do you give it away?
I mean, the problem is you can essentially here get rid of
Table
almost
the
all
opponent.
of the table the opponent, which is worthwhile. Traditionally, you'd want to give it away and delete that point, but in such an aggressive. So it looks like
Mitch is burning it.
Mitch is burning it. He's just taking one away from that back corner that he'll never get to, which is a good choice.
Yeah, and kind of Jordan played in the instance that perhaps he could potentially lose the priority, because he's planted his Judicators right in the middle of both points, so he could shift depending on which one was burned.
And it looks like the points have gotten a little bit knocked by moving stuff around, so it looks like they're just going to remeasure those.
Yeah, sticky tack. It's your best friend. Yeah, so the Fulminator is going into the flies, the Dragon Mortal Wound breathing, the Castell chipping in 1 or 2 damage here. I anticipate the flies on the left-hand side are probably going to die. He's most likely going to take a chunk of the flies on the right. And so at the end of this turn, Mitch might... Oh, and we still do have Thunderbolt Volley and Translocate from the Judicators. So I anticipate that if all things go averagely, that Mitch is not going to have anything but that Beast of Chaos. Yeah. Here comes Jordan. Translocate.
So he's going to conquer that point as his battle tactic, which seems like on a 1 re-rolling, fairly achievable here.
Well, 1 of 36 chance that he fails it.
Yeah. I've yet to see it. Incredibly reliable.
Yeah.
Annoyingly reliable.
Yes. So now that you've seen potentially most of the game, and they're kind of wrapping up, I would say, a little bit at the end of this game here. Kind of what are your takeaways, and what would you do if you're Mitch? I mean, Jordan, I think, played a fairly tight game and didn't make too many mistakes. I didn't see anything that I would have done differently on Jordan's case. So kind of take me through, what are your thoughts from like a competitive standpoint, and what would you do a little bit differently, seeing that this Alpha Strike...
Yeah, the Alpha Strike didn't go off.
Didn't go off, yeah.
You know, you could, in my mind, you don't send the entire army up turn 1. You have wound density, and you have the ability to survive some of that shooting. And you can, on turn 1, make it so those Judicators have to come get within 24 of you to shoot something. So you can start much, much farther back and, screen out the teleport a little bit more so that you can come be more effective and try to win that turn 3. I would have played much slower initially. The issue is you have a body deficit from the very beginning, and so trying to go change that with damage just seems very, very difficult. You could try to maybe have swept just one side and left some things back, just to make it so you can't automatically go have to lose your points. It's a tough matchup for the flag player here.
Yeah.
It's a very, very aggressive list, and Jordan's list is much, much better rounded. And it has multiple types of damage, but letting the fulminators get out, because the fulminators are going to slowly move up the board similarly to the flies.
Yep.
You really need to focus on just getting those, dealing with the Judicators, and try to bait them out maybe with some kind of just being far enough back that they have to translocate to go shoot you on the first turn, and then moving up she's not really fast enough to get all the way across and punish it. So, I don't know if I was playing this fly list what I would have done differently, but it probably was a much more conservative play.
Yeah. The interesting thing too is he was able to, with kind of what you were talking about skewing to one side, when he skewed to the left and got and killed 3 Judicators and 1 ran, so 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. He only has 10 Judicators left, and they were only touched really on that first turn. So he did kill a third of the Judicators.
Yeah.
If you were to do that, left the right side a little bit alone, screened out the translocate so that your front line of flies and your back line of flies are 18. Well, you can even stretch it to like 20 inches apart, so that he couldn't translocate in the middle of them, and he would have to translocate way in the board edges.
Well, and Mitch could have started a lot of his army off the board as well.
You could have also done that, yeah. Each Lord of Afflictions brings 2 units of flies, so you can have pretty much a nominal force.
Yeah. See how it goes. Not do much on your first turn, and then show up where you really want to be positioning wise, rather than handing that charge.
Yeah, and it's a little bit hard for Jordan's army to deny you space because he has so little,
so few models. You can't get boxed off with
yeah,
that number of models.
Yeah. I mean, there are armies like Ironjaw's, funnily enough, could potentially do it with the amount of speed that they have. I think you've done it to some of your opponents before.
I've done that. Yeah, I've only tried making the box twice, but yeah, you can box off almost the entire board with that many big bases.
Yeah,
it's much harder in this army.
Yeah. So yeah, Mitch could have potentially played conservative, potentially skewed on one side. I think the pre-game move showed his hand quite a bit, so Jordan was comfortable in just giving him the turn.
Mitch seems like he wants to be doing those gambling plays a little bit, and so keeping them off the board and then gambling on 9-inch charges is I think probably a better gamble than the one that he made, which was that of surviving the entire Stormcast army.
Yeah, for sure. The Judicators did do 3 damage to the Puscoils, so much less than I would have anticipated, actually. Seeing 10 Judicators are 400 points.
Yeah, Jordan should fire whichever dice he rolled for those ones.
Do you believe in dice shenanigans?
Believe? I don't know.
Do you have a dice jail? Do you throw dice out? Do you change dice? Is there a die that you use for priority rolls? I had this conversation with Google.
I don't like rounded dice because they always slip out of my hands. I like big square edge dice.
Vegas dice?
Yeah, Vegas dice.
Yeah, I need to hold smaller dice because I have small hands.
Okay.
So I'll kind of give you a quick behind the peak look at Team Canada. So we were deciding how many dice each player should get, like custom Canada dice.
Mm-hmm.
And the discussion was between 20 dice, 40 dice, or 60 dice. So what would you do in that instance? How many dice should a player have in a competitive?
It depends on your list. I bring like 100. So.
Okay, so you would have gone with the 60 option in that instance, because we didn't have 100 option. We only had 60. So we went 20, 40, or 60. And they're normal size dice, like the larger end, like what Jordan and Mitch are using here. And some people were saying 60, some people were saying 40, and I was the only person who said 20.
20. You didn't
and
want
they're
that
like,
many.
why are you going with 20 dice? I'm like, I cannot physically fit
40.
more than 20 dice in my hands and like roll
Get you some goalkeeper's gloves.
and like actually roll them, not just like drop them. I don't like just dropping dice. I like tumbling them in my hands and then throwing them. And then there's a back and forth a little bit, and then I was like, you know what, let's go with 40. And then there's still some people who wanted 60. I'm like, okay, you know what, I'll compromise. If you can shoot a video where you hold 60 dice and roll them, I will agree to 60 dice. I was the tiebreaker.
Yeah.
So multiple people on the team just filmed themselves rolling 60 dice.
60 dice.
So we're going with
That's good.
60 dice now.
That's good content. You should put that up on your Twitter.
You should.
Why is was Canada trying to show us how many dice they can roll? I don't know what this is. Yeah,
Yeah, I know.
that's great.
So the Storm Drake Guard do 1 damage to that Puscoil. I mean, they're very tanky.
Yeah, one
No two
Storm
words
Drake
about it.
can be fairly swingy too.
Yeah,
and
for
the
sure.
Puscoils are hard to kill. You know, they've been dropping like flies at this, but sometimes you just can't kill any.
That is also a good point. It's harder to murder a man with a round of dice. So
I have a big foam one that I use for my CP, and it's great because you can throw it at your opponent too, without having chargers.
hurting them. Yeah. Or hurting yourself. So
Yep.
I've actually cut myself on dice. I don't know how I've done it. I used to have a metal die that I used to carry around for my CP because it's harder to knock those heavier dice, but I cut myself on it. Had to get a tetanus shot, and so yeah, I don't carry around anymore. I don't know.
Injuries, Warhammer injuries. You don't hear about a lot of those.
Wait, okay. We're kind of getting a little bit off topic here, but they are just rolling.
The Puscoil,
damage.
the Storm Drake and the Fulminators are fighting into that. Puscoil looks like he has moved around to tag the other one. So did Jordan not use the volley again this turn? Is he still holding it back?
I think it's 18 inches, so I don't.
He was out of it. That's right. Yeah.
I'm super horrible with judging distances. I need to measure stuff out that I've known. Not I've done it multiple times and lost games because I've tried to eyeball things. So I think he's out of 18 there. Wholly out of 18. I'm thinking from the relictor in the middle. I could be wrong.
More flies getting picked up here.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, it's all working. So I get my... This telescope really doesn't do much, does it? Patrols. A very swampy area. fireflies. No bother. Ah, rip. I need the mount. These are a little bit ridiculous. I didn't realize you could do that. So can I just go like... Not really. Curious.
Ah, there you are. You claimed a great room and had your audience with the two fingers at the round table home. What was your impression? You don't say. Well, what a relief that must be. You may go then. My work here is done. May the wisdom of the two fingers guide you. Oh? Aha. Your intuition serves you well. My doubts had been piling up, you see. The words of the two fingers cannot be trusted. Truly, naught but rambling, senile delusions. I believe that when the Elden Ring was shattered, the two fingers were corrupted, their guidance skewed. Even worse, the fingers harbor no love for our kind. That's the part that irks them most. Oh, I have a gift for you, something fit only for the wise. A means means for circumventing the draw of the two fingers. Give it a try, won't you? And if it please you, may we meet again. I've high hopes for you, my lambkin. Be sure to try. There's no reason tarnished was spurned by grace, forsaken by the two fingers. And now they ask you, your loyalties. Be sure. I'm quite certain.
Curious. Didn't give me anything.
Be sure to try. I'm quite certain.
sure to try. I'm quite certain.
I didn't know I did that. Hey, Pippa. How you doing?
has been an age since I've seen a customer. How can I help here at the end of the earth? Have a safe journey. Anything else for you? Have a safe journey.
Your fingers, please, your fingers. Oh, what a pity it is to be without the right. All you can do is stand at a loss, without even the half-crescents that wish to be whole. Before the unmoving, unfeeling grand lift ahead. Or are you planning to throw yourself to the waters? To find the coward's passage through